then YouTube output. There. So now we should be streaming to both YouTube and Twitch.
Excellent.
Anyways, what I was going to say is that we used to have it where there was an overlay of, remember whenever you talked, you had the little skeleton, or you actually used to have the barbarian looking dude, remember? That would...
Yeah, it was both, yeah.
Yeah. So I got to think of one of those that's Windows 98 themed. You could be like Bonzo Buddy. Do you remember that? There was a purple monkey back in the Windows 98 day, which is a form of adware, but it was like a little assistant. But you could be like Clippy or like the dog. You know, that'd be funny. Every time you talk, your little character bounces.
Ooh. Can you... this is going to take way more animation than it needs. Can you Sonic the Hedgehog me? I need like old school Sonic.
Yeah, like the Mega Drive version.
So like when I talk, I do the little... Yeah, I do like the little spin animation, you know?
Yeah. No, it could be possible. It's just more of a... We'll see how much we hang out and stream in the future, but...
Oh yeah. I have to earn the icon, I get it.
Well, yeah. Gotta be worth the time.
So this file, this Ryzom file, is absolutely massive. Why are there so many files in this thing?
Let me look at our messages. Did I send you the wrong link? The Ryzom Core install download? It's only like 1 gig.
Yeah, there's... No, I'm not saying like... like how much memory it takes. There's literally like 100 files, 165 items in this thing.
Oh, you mean the number of files in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, when it's fully extracted, it has 8 gigs with 372 files. I wonder what the biggest contenders are. I mean, how big is data? How many files are in data? 314. I think it's just the way that data works. They have file types that just look really large.
Yeah, and I mean the naming scheme seems weird too, which is probably why it looks a little bit more misleading than normal, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I have a strong suspicion we will have opportunities to improve this over time. Like data, we could use some sort of PFS equivalent again. PFS is what EQ uses. That's the S3D and EQG formats.
Yep.
I'm not too worried. I mean, it's open source. I don't like the bazillion DLLs. A lot of those could actually be baked into the executable. Potentially. I just like clean paths, you know? I don't like when there's a lot of distractions in directories. So
I agree.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could static binary build all of these. Mostly. I also don't like that there is a client config in the root, but then there's also a config folder which has other configs, and all the other configs are things that more like INI files. And then also the client log is in the root directory. And then there's also client underscore config, which is more of like a template for configs. Anyways, all that I think needs to be renamed, restructured, and tweaked. I also don't like how config files have semicolon endings for each statement. I don't know. I'll have to look at this and think about it. Like, you know, what would be a cleaner format, or, I mean, it's fine. I don't need to get too aggressive with changing, but at least I want configs in a subdirectory. That's it. And then I want DLLs packed, and I want log files in their own subdirectory. That alone would just massively improve our deployed binary and just make it super easy where you extract it somewhere, you double click the exe and root directory, and you're done. Everything else is just in subfolders. It's already better than Windows or EverQuest though, as is, because EverQuest has a bazillion zone files. So,
oh yeah, that's true too.
Did you already register, by the way?
I did.
Awesome.
My folder didn't look like yours though. Maybe it didn't all download.
Well, when you first start it, you're going to get some adjustments, like you're going to have to patch.
No, I don't have any way to start it. I have a bunch of temp files. All my folders are empty as well. Let me try to re-download.
Mm-hmm. I'd probably veer away from XML. I'm not a huge XML fan. I mean, the structure on the key mapping isn't horrible, though. I don't know. INI files are nice. TOML is not bad. Most people are a little intimidated by TOMLs. YAML's an option. I don't know. We'll debate that later. Does the create an account button actually work? Let's try. I like how the terms of use is just the AGPL license. I hit submit and nothing happens. I think it's broken.
I love I love that Windows tries to keep it from starting too. Be careful.
Yep.
Oh, is this DirectX?
Yeah.
Do you know off the top of your head which one we need? I can find it if you don't.
What do you mean? Which one we need?
I'm throwing DirectX errors because I had to reformat and new hard drive and everything, so I don't have whatever inherent DirectX we had from EQ time.
You know what could be fun?
Covers this.
All right. If you go into the config directory, or sorry, if you go into the where the executable is, right, you're going to see this client _ default.config. And there is if you open up that client _ default.cfg file, towards the top, like line 16, there's a driver 3D field. And you can set it from auto to number 1. And in theory, that's going to just remove the requirement for DirectX. And I'm curious if you'll just start with no, externals with just OpenGL. It looks like OpenGL is the reason the window goes in the background too. Interesting. Must be just how it captures. Oh. Why did it patch?
Sad admission, I need to reinstall VS Code.
You don't have to. I mean, it's nice for Notepad.
I have nothing installed on this computer, so
yeah, it's just
might as well.
Starting from scratch.
All right, you said change auto to, let me see, auto to 1?
Correct. And what that'll do is make it use OpenGL drivers, which shouldn't require a third party. Honestly,
it's still yelling at me.
Oh, what's the error this time? Just curious. Is it still a directory error?
It's a VC runtime.
Oh, yeah, you probably are missing the... See, this is another reason. Those DLLs, right, also means that the binary isn't baking in like the VC runtimes and stuff. So you have dependencies. When you do get those items, let's make sure to document it, because that's going to be an issue in the future too. You know, it's not like you're exclusively going to be the person experiencing this. Give me 1 sec. I can maybe help you find specifically which one you want.
I think I found it.
But if it fixes it for you, yeah, I think you're missing MCVP. Because if you look at Ryzom that got installed via Steam, they have MCVP 120, 140 and VCR 120 copied, where ours does not. They also have Steam integration, and we do not. They also have the VC runtimes, which I think you said you were having issues with. So they did some tweaks on their... they also have the Direct3D DLLs right here. So... it looks like they static built, and then they took all the runtimes and put them as DLLs in the same path. Oh, they have a mcert sitting here. That's fun. Do they send the privates in here too? No. It's a lot of cert chains. Weird that they just left it there like that, though. This is because of their user agent crap. Anyways, those are low-hanging things that just help in the long run. We did learn, though, that like part of the front screen problems is actually just DirectX. So, wait, did it change this back to DirectX? I think it did, or I rebooted it. Let's see. If I start the client up again, does it go to the front? Yeah. So it's definitely a problem with... and I can fix that actually pretty easily if I look at the OpenGL rendering pipeline. That's an interesting bug. What's your next issue?
I will send it in snapshot.
Okay.
I've never seen this one before.
That's a dependency that's in the path. So you should see that file. Like if you look at my window, you can see my Ryzom Core directory. You can see that there's a DLL in here. Do you not see that DLL in your root directory?
I do.
Are you double clicking just Ryzom client R?
Yeah.
Hmm.
If I try to admin force it, it won't go through either. But I definitely see the file it's referencing.
Hmm. I also hate, by the way, minor nitpick, the exit button goes to different locations depending on where you're at during the startup. I mean, we could maybe verify the logs, which that's another thing, by the way. They don't flush logs properly. They just resume the logs later when you start again. That's something that should be cleaned up.
I'll be right back. I got kid aggro.
No worries. Take your time. Okay. So, interesting. Hey, Matthias. Yeah, you could argue that. Project Quorum. Fun, fun. Why isn't it like flushing it after? Oh. Not end of the world. I'm just trying to make this more dynamic. I mean, this alone's nice. Starts the process. And then it tells you up here what the process name is.
Yeah, I'm back.
Welcome back. Okay. So you're still getting things set up? Or that one is a pretty critical one.
Yeah, I'm still having that same issue.
I've seen that issue before, but that's typically like starting directory. Are you literally in the Ryzom path and double clicking the exe, or are you like searching for the exe and then double clicking it through that?
I extracted it all to one folder, and I am double clicking Ryzom_client_R.
Yeah. There's not much wrong with what you did. I'm just trying to debug it.
I can share my screen and show you if you want to see.
If you want, but honestly, I don't know. I mean, this will be more important later when we get more, like when I get more formal on the full process. But yeah, feel free to.
I just don't understand why. I can literally see the file.
Yeah, we may have to explore the log file and stuff, but yeah, go ahead and share your screen and we can do a quick troubleshooting. Okay. Like how small the screen is. I think it's because it's only sharing the app. That's fine though.
Yeah, I accidentally.
You might want to tweak it to be full screen sharing.
Let me see here.
And watch stream. There we go. Okay, so yeah, when you double click Ryzom, obviously just do it just so I can see. This is on your desktop. Because they can't find the directory, then yeah, hit exit. Do this for me. So you see the text file that says client towards the top. If you double click it, it's going to be very spammy. Just use Notepad, that's fine. Or a code if you want. And now scroll to the bottom and it should show you the error towards the end. Wow, it's so blurry for me. That's interesting. Okay, loading failed, verified DLL.
Ultra wide.
Exception will not be launched. It's not found. Can't find the module. Path. Okay, give me 1 sec. I'm going to see if I can find the same thing in my log file and kind of compare real fast. See, this is why I don't like appending log files, is every boot, you're getting spam over and over and over. Anyways, using the library that is in the directory. And I also get a not found on the line right before it. So do you still have OpenGL enabled? Remember the config option we could?
I set it back to auto.
Okay. Huh. Yeah, I'm honestly not sure. I'm not too worried. I mean, I can just...
Did you do it? Did you do it in client or client config?
In client default, you mean? Client default.
Yeah, sorry, client default
has auto.
client
Config, I think, are overrides, and I don't think there is an option for it in here. So,
okay.
Yeah, I don't like that structure personally. I'll probably revamp the entire config system because I think instead of having these giant config files that have everything in them and then they have like this fallback system, what we should do is something similar to EQ, which is you have like EQ client, which has like system settings and things like that. And then you'll have like a session configuration settings. And on this one, I think they're all just sort of clumping. And then you have like these override templates. I don't know. It's weird. I don't like it. The comments are nice, but even the comments don't come out properly. Like the syntax highlighting and stuff. It's a weird formatting. It's apparently detecting is what's called properties, and I don't know what properties is. But anyways, nevertheless, yeah, you have an issue I don't know the answer to. That's typically a path problem. When I've been testing it, it's almost like you're executing Ryzom client not in the proper directory. Wonder if it has to do with like...
Well, let me move it and test it.
Yeah, move it to like your C drive, Ryzom or something instead of desktop.
No, even like C Ryzom Core is still
Same
giving
error.
the same thing. It's just so weird because it's literally right there.
You want to do some like little deeper dive debugging for fun?
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna have you download something called Procmon. It's a Windows tool. It's called Process Monitor, and yeah, Process Monitor, once downloaded and ran, will monitor every process and all of its things that it does. You should just be able to use Procmon normal X key. And you want to share your screen when you do it? I can help you a little bit with configuration.
Yeah, I'm going to put you on the normal monitor, though, so it doesn't look so weird.
Sure. The normal monitor. Okay, so did you already download it or still in that step?
I did.
Okay, cool. So yeah, just double click on Procmon. And this is a little... Yep. This is a cool program. I actually use this pretty often. Okay, so on the top, you see where there's the filter icon? It's like the third column of weird tool buttons. A little bit more to the right. A little bit more right. That one. It looks like a funnel. There you go, that one. That's filters. Click that. Okay, so what we're going to type in is that a new, on the top drop downs, the columns, it says architecture, change architecture to process name. Yep. And then and then we're going to call whatever the executable name was, which is like Ryzom _core _exe, or Ryzom client R, with underscores in between. So just type that in there. Yeah. Ryzom. Yeah. Take out everything out except for the exe name. And the end quote. Perfect. And then it says then include, which is correct. Go ahead and hit add. Okay. Now hit apply or okay, either or on the bottom. And that'll filter out your list. Perfect. Go ahead and just because you'll notice on the bottom left, it says the current filter excludes, and then it says like 640,000 events. This is everything your computer's doing right now. So what I typically do, even though you don't see anything, is I hit clear on occasion. So on the top left, you see there's the play button on the different tool buttons. There's also a little eraser. It's like the fifth button to the left. That one. A little bit to the right. Capture, clear. You see the one that says clear? A little bit to the right of that. One more. That one. Click it. And what that does is, even though you can't see it, it flushes the events on the bottom. You see that? Mm-hmm. Okay. So now go start the program up. Go start up Ryzom. So as you can see immediately, when you did this, this is showing. So go ahead and hit the play button because it's already done, right? Hit the play button on the top left, and that just stops capturing. Yeah, click that once so that you're not spamming with events that you don't even see. Cool. So now what we're looking for is, this is every single file IO event, registry event, everything that your system did to boot up to where you were at. And specifically, if we go towards the bottom of this list, and we can filter it as well, but like search towards the very bottom, we can likely see, obviously there's a lot of noise currently, but in fact, let's just do I think you can do a filter, or you see the find button, the little magnifying glass on the top, a little bit down. You know where the filter button is? Yeah. And then just search for, what was it? Like DirectX NEL or whatever the error message was. Yeah. And then direction, change it to up. Because, you know, you're going to be searching for this attempt. And let's see what path it actually is looking at. So here, you can see there's an event where CDRAM Ryzom Core, it's attempting to create the file, which is an interesting issue, but we can ignore the fact, because that actually could be a stat request and it just comes up as create file. Search again. So just do that magnifying glass again and then find next. I think it's even just Control F, but yeah. This could be the only event, but see, it says success, which is interesting. Because I was going to expect it to say name not found. You know what I mean? Okay, there are more events. You can press the up arrow a few times. Or yeah, you don't have to search every time unless, yeah, just hit find next.
It's actually closing it every time.
But if you press like Control F, yeah, it just opens it. So you can just Control F enter. But you can also filter it for that. But I just wanted to kind of look at the area and kind of, you know, the general jive. See, this is showing that it succeeded, right? Like it creates, it closes, it, yeah. Because I think when it says create file, that actually means that it's doing a read. You see that? It says desired access, generic read in the description. Versus the operation is create file. So that means it's quote unquote creating an IO open for it with a read access. But it's succeeding, right? And then it immediately closes it afterwards. It's not saying name not found, kind of like what it did with the Direct3D errors right below it. There is a chance this is a Direct3D error, you know, but it's masking itself generically as a Direct3D error because that DLL has a dependency on the Direct3D. You see what I mean? Because immediately after that call, we're getting failures on the Direct3D step, which you still haven't touched the Direct3D runtime download, right?
I did. It probably needs a restart though.
Okay. Another thing, did you install Ryzom on this machine? Remember the one from Steam?
No.
Oh, okay. So this is fresh. Yeah, maybe try a restart. Which version of DirectX did you download and run? Do you remember? It should be. Well, that's the VC redistributables. That's not DirectX.
Oh, this is. Well, yeah, this was what the issue was, though. This was the error.
No, so do this for me. Yeah, search. Just do a Google search for me, and search for Direct 3D download. Direct 3D 9 download probably, but it'll be like a June 2010 or some stupid, like really old file. Yeah, that should potentially be fine. Yeah, look at that, June 2010. You can tell I downloaded this before, huh? Download and run this real quick. I love how this file, though, was last modified in 2025 in February. Like, it's still very relevant, even if it's old. But yeah, run through that installer, and when you're done, try running the game again. I think this is just a misnomer on the error. The error message is truly that it's missing DirectX, but it fails improperly and just tells you that it's the NEL driver, since that's the one that's indirectly calling it, you know?
Yeah.
This is a similar error you would get in EverQuest if you did the same thing when you, like, if you try to run EQ on here without, you know, first installing DirectX, you get the exact same error. And this is the exact same fix as well.
Well, now we have the beginning of a wiki.
Did it work?
It's still going. It's extracting and pulling.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it could be a wiki.
Yeah, it worked.
Yeah, so it was a DirectX error. Okay, I'm going to stop watching, and then we can hop in the game and kind of hang out for a sec and just sort of talk. For me, I feel like a key element is fixing it so that when this failure happens, it doesn't give a generic error and instead tells us a more accurate error, right? That you're missing DirectX.
Go to this link directly.
Seriously. So the command in game sucks. I don't know the commands in it at all. But he gave me a command that we could use. Wonder if there's like
was I not supposed to patch?
No, you're supposed to.
Okay. So I patched. It gave me a 404. And now
ignore the
I can make a character.
Yeah, you can ignore the 404. That's the patch notes. That's intentional. And yeah, no, it's personally, I will move towards what I did with, my client or with EverQuest, which is EQ Patcher. I'd have an equivalent of that, right? It feels tacky even with this one because it's like you start the account or you start the client, you patch, and then you have to restart the client in order to get in game, right? So it's like you're taking a step back to go forward. I prefer it. You start, you patch, then you enter the game fully patched. It makes the client stupid or easy too, right? Like it has less responsibility. And we could even, I personally would love to make the launcher do OAuth. So it'll log in. You can use your like Gmail account or whatever, get an OAuth token, and then pass that token to the server, and that's how you authorize. You never have to put in passwords. That's personally what I'd love to do. Yeah. Should be totally doable.
What class are we or race are we picking?
I don't think it matters. You can pick whatever you want. I'm trying to find the command though. It's gonna be this.
Select your key configuration. ZQSD. Do people play like that?
Obviously, when I get to that point, we're just going to remove that menu and just make it default to WASTA. And then we'll probably even fix it more after that. There's going to be so many changes.
Crazy. How would you do that? Z and Q?
Yeah. So as you saw, if you run that command, you just teleport to wherever it is. We have basically GM commands on the server. The problem is I don't know any of the commands. And /help doesn't work, which is super weird. But the key thing is I just wanted to show you, look at the UI. You know what I mean? It is much better. It's simpler. There's less of those pop-ups. Yes. To me, it's a step in the right direction. Not to say it's perfect. I mean, there's tons of room for improvement. But it's a better baseline. Even like the action menu and stuff feels better. They still have the Windows button, which I don't like, but
I don't like the bag in this one as much, but that's okay.
You mean the bag inventory window?
Yeah.
They didn't. So in the other one, it was closer to WoW, where it had like sub bags. You remember that? Where this one is just like inventory. Yeah. Keep in mind, if you click the bottom right button in your inventory window, it'll toggle it from a list to compact mode. And compact mode is closer to what you probably are used to. But I still think all of this could be improved heavily. You know, like there's nothing I feel that is like perfect as is. You know, everything has to be tweaked. Oh, that's interesting. That little snake that just popped out of the ground.
Yeah.
It's like a particle animation.
You saw that?
Yeah.
It wasn't a real... I tried to connect because I was time to fight. Here's a scorpion here, too. Just into the dirt.
The snake, though, it looked like a particle effect. And it just like did the slithering effect and then just disappeared. That's interesting. There's no mobs here, right? These are all just particle effects.
See another one.
Yeah. Of course, now that we're waiting and watching. There's one. Yeah, it's literally a particle effect. That's funny.
That's crazy.
I mean, it's kind of cool. Generally speaking, though, geometry-wise, this game is just essentially an EverQuest zone. Obviously, a lot of these zones, though, are very desolate. And I feel like they're way too spread open, right? There's not enough things to, you know, that are interesting about the world. There's some weird things jumping around over here, like locusts. You see
Those
these
are
on
cool, but there's just not enough texture. The world looks too smooth.
100%.
like sand fleas or something.
Yeah. I mean, while we're giving the game a lot of crap, I think it has a good foundation that could become something a lot more interesting, you know?
Absolutely. Especially, I mean, you were talking about the editor and how friendly it was. That makes things like this much more manageable.
Yeah, you can actually spawn the ring editor, by the way. I think if you hit quit, you can go to scenario editor, but I don't know if you want to go into that. It's very convoluted and not recommended. But I think if we added physics and made it so you could jump.
Do you tearing when you right click and drag, do you get any tearing?
Not that I can see. That's probably just the VSync error. Typically, if you see tearing, if you go to display, I don't know if VBL sync is it or not. It might be VBL sync. Yeah, if you go to system, configuration, graphics, general.
That fixed it.
Yeah, that's a VSync error. That's normal. That's just that's just a Direct3D rendering pipeline bug. But yeah, if we added physics and just, you can imagine all of this can be easily remade. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing in the terrain that is required to look like this, you know?
It's a blank canvas, you know?
100%. But I like how the trees kind of just float. The branches to the leaves, they don't quite connect, especially when you're far away. You can see there's a gap, like how it renders it. But let's see where 000 takes us. How's it typed? I think it's a position 0, 0. No? Did I do it right?
It didn't work for me either. I don't think that's a thing. Well, that position isn't.
I did 1,000, and I'm out of bounds.
I did 100.
Well, you figure
I'm out of bounds as well.
10,000 and negative 10,000 is theoretically valid. Nope. I'm in the Imperial Dunes. Something's happening. But notice when we teleport, we don't have to load. Well, we do have a loading screen, but it's like very fast. Do 5,000, 5,000. Or sorry, 5,000, negative 5,000. With a comma in between, if you see the pattern, I assume. There. At least it's a new area.
Jeez, it is just empty. It's like they sprinkled grass on the ground and said, all right, good enough.
Yeah, I mean, there's these giant walkways above us. You see that? But yes, definitely the world needs some TLC. I do kind of like the overview map on here, you know, like that we can tell that we're, you know, at the location we are at. And, you know, where we are on the overworld. Because theoretically, and I need to, you know, learn more before I really propose this, but like, I think I said this to you already. If we made EverQuest on here, or the equivalent of, we basically can make it closer to how WoW does it, where we can make East Common Lands, West Common Lands, Nectalos, North Row, you know, that whole overworld connection just be one zone. And then just have all the sub areas into instances, which does lend itself a bit to kind of what we were even envisioning with Rebuild back in the day, which was things like, you know, to help with scale and burden of stuff, we can always instance dungeons and have it where you should share it with your party, things like that. Though depending on how this architecture is, we also may have opportunities to there's these weird bumps here. It's kind of funny. Anyways, we may have an option to do like sharding, kind of like what WoW does, where if there's too many players in a certain zone, it offloads you into instances, right? Like naturally, like a pick zone. So that you never oversaturate one zone line, We're not as rigid as EverQuest when it comes to zoning. Because the entity game server is not dependent on the front end service.
Ooh.
You found a good one?
So if you do 5,000, negative 4,500.
Okay. Hey, we got Birchwood, and this actually doesn't look bad. Like, even in like EverQuest standards, this would not. This would be considered. Yeah. This could easily pass as Kelethin. And I don't have any idea what's happening with the NPCs. I don't know if that's a core problem. Here's a teleporter, which doesn't work. But hey, doors work. That's the first time I've ever actually seen a door activate. I'm curious. Walk through the door real quick. I want to make sure that it has a synchronization system. Nope. You just clip through the door on my screen. So that's technically client-side rendered. That's a little worrying. I hope that's not the norm. Worrying in the respect that, like, you know what I mean? It's not a server-side mandate that gets synchronized to all the clients.
I mean, that EverQuest had similar stuff too with some of their doors, though, right?
They did a pretty good job of sending packets to synchronize clients and servers. It wasn't perfect, but they were attempting. Another thing I don't like is the default hotkeys. You have desktops. I don't know if you saw this before, but if you press like F2, you can lay out the screen setup, and each F key is a custom UI layout. So F1 is your default. F2, mine has a giant map with all the stats and stuff on the right. F3 is full screen. F4 is a different kind of default layout. And F1 gets me back to what I've tweaked things. That's kind of weird. I don't know if I like it, but it is interesting.
It's definitely something.
Yeah. I prefer F keys just to be party member hot selects. The more of the game we can play without using our mouse, the better. Not that you shouldn't be able to use your mouse, but the mouse should just be a supplemental.
No, I agree. Everything I said previously about the last two zones, I throw out the window. I think this zone looks, comparatively, if we're comparing it to EverQuest, I think this zone is on par, if not better than EverQuest. It's brighter than EverQuest, in a comparative sense, but I think this is definitely usable.
Yeah, I can see a world being built with this. And even the openness, right? It does give that feeling of just vastness, right? Like, oh man, there's going to be endless stuff to explore, you know?
Well, and another thing too, like as crappy as they did with some of their animations, like look at the trees. Look at the tops of the trees. They're blowing in the wind. They took the time to animate the trees enough to make it look like they're swaying in the wind. Like,
of course.
Those are little cool details. Someone spent some time on this and they did it the right way.
Of course. 100%. And yeah, this is totally, you know, a wood elf village. Not necessarily, I mean, we could say Kelethin, but actually, you know, in a sense, we're going to be veering away from anything EQ specific, but we can genericize it.
Of course.
So, but no, cool. This is what I wanted you to see though. Specifically, I think the UI is a lot more passable. It doesn't feel nearly as opinionated or in your face. Like, how many tutorial screen pop-ups have you had since you've started on here?
I think of that is just a custom, you know?
No, 100%. They put that in there thinking, but I hate that. That was so bad. It's funny that they tried to improve everything and they downgraded it with it.
They just saturated it with too much garbage, and I think it, you know, like we talked about previously, became a passion project, and that's fine. But to, you know, that the handful of people that still play, and that's fine.
Yep. I'm a believer though
of can't go that path.
I'm a believer, and I think you are too. Less is more as far as UI goes. Like, the less things I have to put in your face to make you do something, the better. And it's easier. Like, specifically...
Well, I think one of the...
You getting distracted by something?
No, I was just going to say, one of the things that I've always been a big fan of is that you shouldn't have to advertise or praise or monetary value or anything like that. If we put something in the game, it's because we want people to have it as a sign that they worked for something, right? Mm-hmm. If people donate or do whatever they're going to do, that's on them, but I don't want the goal of this to be a moneymaker. This needs to be, you know, you've said it previously before, like, this, we're building this game, but it has to be fun for us to play too. And I'm not going to be buying myself a mount, so, you know, if I'm not willing to do it, why would I expect anybody else to be willing to do that, you know?
Totally. Well, yeah, my mindset is, if we can break even on the costs of maintaining the server, that is a success in my book. Very low standards of success, right?
100%.
So, like, our time is free, is what I like to say. We were going to just put all of our free time into it because we want to, and it's going to be fun. And we're not going to, like, regret it, is how I see it. And Matthews is saying, legally distinct Kelethan. This looks more akin to EQOA, in my opinion. Is that what, in your opinion, Matthews, is that a positive or a negative? Oh, head tracking actually works. Check it out. It's because I know you're looking at me.
Yep.
Move and watch my head on your side, and I'm pretty sure it will look at you as you move because I have you targeted. Like, if you strafe, do I turn to look at you?
No, that's client side. Oh, now I see it.
I mean, it has a maximum. You can't get behind me and my head doesn't poltergeist at you, but yeah.
You just do owl circles with your head.
I see that you want to use my quest as you're circling me. Yeah, I noticed it with you. So that's like the Bethesda thing, right? Is making a head look at you when you also notice the little eyeball above you. I'm assuming that means that I have you targeted. Like, you actually, mobs do that. When mobs target you, you get a little eyeball indicator, like you're being watched.
So this, in like the same timeline as EverQuest Online Adventures, this game only came out 2 years after that. And this did not have the backing of a major studio like EQOA did.
Exactly.
But that's why it might look familiar, because I'm sure they modeled it after something that at the time was, you know, worth something.
You know, something I like about this is right at the precipice where WoW had not totally taken off yet. You know? Because one of the problems you're going to hit is pretty much every MMO after this is just a WoW cookie cutter. where they do not take many liberties of, uniqueness. This is at that era of it's still, yeah. Good.
The cool thing too is that every MMO, like you said, every MMO since WoW has tried to be the WoW beater. And this for us it doesn't matter. This is going to be about the story, and it's going to be about the game, and it's going to be about the community. We're never going to have you're never going to be able to build your house. You're never going to be able to do like the cutting edge stuff. It's not ever going to be that. But I think the goal is to build the game, just a good version of a game that's enjoyable to play. That's not going to get shut down by a parent company ever.
That's the key thing. And to me, one of the things we may have is we can design an IP that is essentially open source, and we can genericize it with the Rune Harvest project, which will just be something anybody can copy paste. And there won't be anything that requires, there's nothing that's really like our signature. It's more of just the framework. And we can create our signature, right? The revamp. And we can then add in all those, those niceties and those things that we could potentially copyright if we want or whatever. Or we can just keep it all open source. We have that option. But other players and other communities will branch off from the Rune Harvest core and basically benefit each other. Somebody would be like, I really want to prioritize boss fights. I don't want to make very intense raid scenarios. And that content, those contributions can propagate to all the other forks. And you'll have this ecosystem of contributions and improvements, Because the reality is with most MMOs is they tend to go downhill over time, right? They do decisions. They're just trying to renovate and innovate and monetize. And a lot of times those envisionings are, Star Wars Galaxy. We're going to make a space game now. You can trim the fat and even just make new servers, right? With this sort of model, kind of like what the Ikimu private server system does. So there's a lot to do. I like the pop-up about it's nighttime. You can press L to turn on your lights. Which I don't think...
I've been sitting here just hitting L.
Sadly, lights are not synchronized, I don't think. I don't like client-side only things. I like it when you impact the world. I am interested in seeing where this project leads to and the future. It's
kind of nice though the shadows work.
Yeah, well, yeah, we have legit shadows and they don't kill the machine. That's already better than EverQuest's client. There's also a shadow dominance, like a preferential thing. So like there's a global illumination light where the shadows are coming in from A, but then when I turn on my local light, the light overrides the global and you actually are impacted by my light. So like your shadow is emitting out from my light source. So that's pretty good. That's solid. Some of the static items in the game though aren't impacted by it, but that's fine. It's the entity-based shadows. So Fanar says, I'm interested in seeing where this project leads to and the future. I'm guessing this game/game engine can be created into a new project with just enough time fixing up the code to a point where everything seems new, but with upgraded code. Yeah, I think investment-wise, we're going to be Ryzom for a long time, right? It's going to take a lot of effort to totally skin out Ryzom. However, every iteration, every improvement, we're going to be slowly making a new game. And it'll be inspired by tons of other MMOs, but also it's just going to become its own beast, And we're not encumbered by a specific vision or a specific timeline. So we'll just constantly iterate and improve and make it better and better is the hope. And I'm just hopeful that over time, other people get interested and contribute. And eventually we just get this thriving ecosystem of contributors, artists, map makers, content creators, developers, and everyone just pools resources and makes thriving worlds that contribute to each other. You know, like it's not like, oh, that's P99 content only, right? Hopefully people stay relatively open on some of their contributions to better everybody, you know? Kind of like a mod pack resource in a sense. That's what I'm envisioning and hoping for. Like, to me, if I was ever going to touch assets, I would make us have faces. As cool as the masks are, that would be like a helm to me, right? Take off the helmet, you should have a face. Speaking of, we don't even have a helmet. I don't even know if helmets work in this. And I don't know how to summon items. All I know is the A command has a position. Huh?
I said that's asking a lot to give us faces.
Right. Another thing I don't like, at least in the vanilla, I don't know if you noticed this, but so you have an equip tab, right? And in your equip tab, you have all this jewelry. You have earrings, you have a diadem, a necklace, your bracelets, your right and left ring, and your anklets. Okay, so you got a lot of jewelry. And then you have armor pieces. So overall, this is kind of like EQ, right? But the difference is that there's no primary and secondary slots. Instead, when you equip gear for attacking, it goes onto your hotbar, and your hotbar has a right hand, left hand reserved area on the hotkeys. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's weird.
That could be improved. There's no need for the action hotkey to have equipment slots. That should be on equip, you know? Heck, I think we may as well move towards EverQuest style with inventory, you know, visualizations and slots, and all the equipment being on the same screen. Just an inventory management screen.
I agree.
There's no need for the tabs, in my opinion.
Well,
filters,
when trade skills come in too, there's opportunities for bag slots and stuff like that too, you know?
Well, and, you know, to me, what I kind of envision, like, I think a general improvement EverQuest should have, and we could do, is, okay, so you see how bag, it is annoying. However, the bag system is similar to EverQuest's search filter. It's its item find thing that it added later. This is actually not as bad as it might look on first surface, because you can filter items. You can see it on the bottom. There's buttons that filter categories, as well as a search bar where you can like search for specific items and they filter out. So maintaining this and then adding in the ability to drag drop onto equipment, I think could be decent, or at least improving how this looks.
I think probably splitting up these windows too, like having your bag window that you can drag and drop onto an equipment window, or somehow meshing them together so you can see both in the same UI.
If you right click on the word equip on your tabs, that's kind of what you're saying, right?
Oh yeah, and this magnet locks, that's pretty nice.
Yeah. Anyways, there's a lot about this that's interesting, but it could be improved. But yeah, I think overall this inventory, what I would even imagine is in the equipped section, have bag slots, right? But the bag slots aren't literal bags, but they're just expanding your inventory capacity. You see what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, there is the disadvantage if you do that style, that EverQuest, you know how you can like trade a bag worth of stuff and you can group items by bags and it's like a categorization thing. That's nice. But honestly, what they need to add, did you play Divinity Original Sin?
No.
or even Baldur's Gate 3. Did you play that one either?
Yeah.
So in that game, in both, you had a hotkey combo, which I think it was like Alt and left click on an item, and you mark it. It's a client side / server side thing where you mark an item as wares. And once marked as wares, when you go to a merchant, you can say sell all wares. So it's a way, like, as you are picking up gear and managing inventory, you can flag things for quick sell the next time you're at a merchant. That is something, all the MMOs need and are missing. And that's a massive quality of life thing. So I would say we should add that.
World of Warcraft went through and did that too. They labeled all of their just vendorable items as vendor only, and then you can go up and on them sell junk. And it literally just sells all the stuff that's, has no trade skill tag or has no armor tag or whatever.
Yeah. But I think and that's good. I would actually rather it where it's an interaction thing, because there's a lot of downtime in games like this. And if you had the ability, just to do a pass on your inventory and then just hold down a hotkey or combo key and press like click, 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 you can go through and clean up your inventory real quick. And it just gives you, it's like, it's productive work while you're hanging out. You know what I mean? And
I agree.
In a way, that's a form of trade skilling. It's just inventory management. But it'd be nice to create virtual bags, right? So instead of like bags in the game increase capacity of your inventory, but then you have the ability to group items together and create virtual bags. And then when you trade, you just can trade whatever this virtual thing is. If we can keep that really simple, that would basically give you best of both worlds. You know what I mean? Especially if you could also filter items so that when you loot it, you can say, anytime you loot a trade skill item that's known for blacksmithing or whatever, put it into this virtual bag of blacksmithing items. You see what I mean? It's an unlimited size bag, the size of your inventory, that basically puts all of the blacksmithing stuff into it. And then you can just, mass bulk send that to your bank or whatever when you're at a banker. Go put all the blacksmith stuff into your, into your bank. See what I mean? That'd be a massive win potential.
Yeah, makes sense.
Anyways, but that's a whole other can of worms. I do have to say though, overall, I'm happy with the bag system in here. Like, I think it's a good baseline that we can clean up. But no, mainly I just wanted you to try this. This is a better, I think, demo, even if we don't have mobs to fight, or at least there probably are mobs. I just don't know where they're at.
Yeah.
Another thing, they took out the weird thing that we had with the world map problem. Do you remember that? Where there's like remember how there was like overworld and then you could zoom in and then you were in the other world and then you were in the other world. Remember that whole thing? This has it kind of, but it's different. Honestly, this thing is buggy. Or I just don't understand it.
I mean, this is just base zones, though, right? There's not all that added stuff that the other one had. Never mind, I found it.
That's what I was about to say. So this does have that same weirdness, but they don't have the island, the newbie island. I don't think. Because I see like the Ibis of Icor. Remember that? It's the same overworld continent. But
yeah. Well, they don't have that anniversary zone either, where it had all that weird crap in it.
Yeah, so we can assume all that was added by Live later. Personally, like the map system could use a heavy TLC revamp. particularly the back arrow doesn't make sense. Because you use the back arrow to zoom out, right?
Well, I think it's tough too because well, yeah, it should just be zoom out. But I think one of the tough things too is that none of these zones are connected physically. It's all these teleport.
Are they? I don't even know. I'm assuming that's what it is. Are these considered zone lines then? You see what I mean? I don't know.
That's what it looks like to me.
Those are good questions to ask. Something else that's weird. So if you're in the overworld map, right? So you have like Nexus Miner. You see that towards the center? South of Abyss of Icor. Okay, so Nexus Miner, you'll see there's a zone line that's really small to the right of it. You see that? But you can't click on it. It's like a void area. See that?
Yep.
Then if you click, if you look at the zone line that's to the right of Nexus Miner and north of that small one, that's Verdant Heights kind of area, right? The Verdant Heights area highlights, but it doesn't highlight all the way down to where that zone line connection is. You see that? It only highlights the upper half.
Like, yeah, it also in the top left corner does the same thing with the Burning Desert, except the Burning Desert's highlight overlaps the Verdant Heights.
Wait. So when you go to, oh yeah, you're right. The zone line, the borders make it look like Burning Desert is like invading Verdant Heights with the highlights. It's a Ukraine versus Russia dispute.
I mean, you have another one of those to the west of Aden Aqueous, too, in the southwest. There's that little patch of land in between that and Witherings that it just doesn't...
Where there's a giant tentacle twig.
Yeah. I think if it's going to be completely open world, or mostly open world, and then have, you know, dungeons or whatever that are instanced, or some form of something, I think that, you know, hopefully we can find a way to clean up these zone lines and make them traversable. Not having physics obviously doesn't help that, but, you know, I don't like the idea of having to teleport everywhere, if that is what it does.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of data we don't know. And these are things you can, you know, like if you have some free time, feel free to, now that you have this game where it's like your GM, feel free to explore and answer those questions, right? Because obviously I'm in the weeds and I can verify it with the code, but it takes me longer. But if you have time and you're just curious, answer questions like that. Like, how did the zone lines work here? You can even just research it with videos or, you know, do Q&A with Ryzom people. But, you know, just some technical discovery. Looks like Matthias found a sheets.txt. Where's this at in data? Or maybe this is part of the quick start. Yeah.
There's a video on YouTube. Ryzom, the worst MMO ever? ?
Yes, that is one of the most popular too. It's like 1.4 million views. They're playing live, and that was like 3 years ago or something. And yeah, it's bad. Like, we know how bad it was. Maybe it's a different Sheets that you're talking about. Sheets Packer.
Oh, so there's a video a guy made 5 years ago with 979 views. I just made it 980. It is 25 minutes long, and it's him running from one side of the world to the other.
I think I watched that one too. And he actually, if you look at the comments, he only did like a small shard. He didn't realize there was a world map. So he like did the tutorial. Remember how we ran around in the tutorial area? He did that run basically.
Yeah.
That was his going across the world. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just RP walking it. This is... But you're right, first comment says, this is only the starter map. Real one is more than 10 times bigger.
Yeah. Well, and to me, you know, there's a lot of people that like, oh my gosh, this game is so big and that's awesome. No, big games is not good. Because you can, I mean, hell, even EverQuest. You've played latest EverQuest, it is so big and just so flooded with bullshit that you'll just never even bother. Like, you'll just skim through the zone. Because, like, who wants to go leveling in the city of bronze, right?
Well, and I think inherently the issue with bigger games is that it's almost impossible to keep everything relevant throughout the whole process, right? Like when you get to whatever max level is, chances are, unless you have a very specific reason to go back to newbie areas, you're not. And that's that, unfortunately, with a bigger game, that negates a map.
Yeah.
But you also, from a developer standpoint, you got to fill that stuff up too, and that is, it's a pain to make relevant content for a giant game.
Yeah, I don't expect making a giant game personally. Like, we may down the road, but I want to just make a quality experience for the parts we do make and then extrapolate from that and just set up a baseline that we can rapid fire make stuff with.
No, of course. And I think, you know, like we did with the start of Rebuild, it needs to come out in a tiered structure. There needs to be this is what's coming out at this stage. Exactly. And then at the next step you might get a zone more or two, maybe. But it's not going to be like this completely polished game comes out all at once, because that will take us
forever.
5 years.
Yeah, even EverQuest, when it first launched, it had a fuckload of content. It had like over 100 zones and like, what was it, 13 playable classes or 10 playable classes or whatever, and like 10 different races, all with original starting areas, more or less. Like, that's a fuckload of content. But that's also the result of a lot of passionate developers going overtime and, you know what I mean? A good idea on the structure and the design. So, you know, something like that is possible, but we don't need a launch with
Brad
that.
McQuaid and Stimulo.
What did he say? Brad McQuaid what?
I was saying, you know, a lot of that was Brad McQuaid and a lot of stimulants.
Oh, got it. Yeah. No, there's a lot of fun. A lot of fun to be had. But anyways, I mainly just wanted to have you hop in, play around. Yeah, videos. I had a question with this dude at one point about shards. He explained it to me. I'm trying to remember where. Maybe it was in my chat, but you know, shard is a term. Okay. He described shards as whatever the EGS is. An EGS is kind of, think of, when you think of a zone in EverQuest, that's technically a shard. But what's weird is we think of, okay, I'm a player and I'm going to go connect to a zone. When you connect to that zone, you literally are a client to said zone. Where in Ryzom, it's abstracted out. You are actually connected to what's called the front end service, and it's handling your messaging, and it's bridging your connection, proxying you to an EGS. But there's nothing that stops you from jumping between different EGSs. So like you could have two instances of a world and you could hop between them with the design Ryzom uses. So it can lend itself to some really interesting architecture that we just don't have the luxury of with Ikeimu's design. I'm probably going to move away from the term shard at some point. It's interesting when you run around in the files and stuff. There is a shards.config file inside of interfaces in the game dev codebase of the quick start. And there's a hard-coded list of shards, and they're like 127001, and then you can see that they're using Samba shares of data comma paths of all these different, I'm assuming these are devs, and they're different shard copies for their servers to connect to the game. Very weird. So they're like hard coding shard instances. So like they have their own client connectors. Sheet ID.bin is in game elements. Okay, so I see a bunch of game element items being baked here. I guess what we could even do is if I go back in game and if I search for find refugee magic, amplifier of damage. It's going to take it a while, but if it finds this file pattern, that'll give us an item. But it didn't. But you can see that there's references to like refugee boots, beige, the file in this sheets file, and then it has an ID number. And then you have loot tables, missions, creatures, deposits, game elements have S item, which have melee weapons. Then these S items are actually XML entries. And you can see that the values are here, like Zerai one-handed piercing spear. I bet you there's a locale that's turning it into the name we see. So even though with all this knowledge, we're starting to kind of figure out where items are made, the problem is, sure, we got these IDs, but how do you summon an item? If I go to server, and we look for like create, maybe create item. So there's a game item pointer system, create item from the sheet ID. So what calls create item? Have you been looking at the... I have not. Should I be? I'm just looking through source. All right, so admin creates an item with an NLS create item in bag. Yeah, it doesn't give me an error. I don't like that when you run commands. Oh, it's in sysinfo. But I can't write in sysinfo. I can only... Yeah, they got to clean that up. I understand the intent with the tabs, but holy crap. Oh, this was commented out. Okay, so you're saying though, Ryzom Core at Atlassian.net. I don't really want to look if I don't have to.
It does look like they have some kind of trading system that affects prices. Kind of like what we were talking about with rebuild, where, you know, taxation or whatever in cities and stuff.
Right.
Hey, I gotta check out for a bit. I'll catch up with you in a little bit, okay?
No worries. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, dude. We'll talk later. Yeah, today I'm not being very productive. I'm kind of being productive. I'm more just trying to figure out where positioning is designed. So many files. Word position is used everywhere. But anyways, I think I might just go back to Snowball and continue on my little my project. Because arguably what I can just do, kind of continuing where we were yesterday, is we're going to keep fixing login. So we're currently at the error of new shard not found. This is the new wrapper system. And we learned that new shard or shard by shard ID doesn't work. And this is because we're going to take out the by shard ID or the by ID storage. And instead, Exactly. The only problem with this style is that shard ID is currently not a value type, but we will fix that. We'll also design it where when you do a shard create, there's going to be a validation, which this is a question for... There's a new variable-based standard expected, I think is what it is. So GCC 13 supports it. And I think I might be running new enough. No. So create item in inventory is an unknown command. Oh, it says unknown command if you don't have the arguments. Is the sheet name the S item? Because sheet ID, I'm assuming is this. But then sheet, oh, it's optional. One or the other is the /. So in theory, I would do... This will make refugees boots. And then quantity quality. Still unknown command. Create item in inventory. And then the sheet ID number. I just picked a random one. I can go smaller. But it needs to have an S item, I think. There's a lot of S items in here. Quantity and quality. Quality should just be one, right? Or does quality need to be another? I'm not seeing it. don't know what this bullshit is. The dot dot. This is a slippery slope because if I try to modernize my toolchain to use GCC 13, then I'm going to hurt liblua and the whole Lua binding stuff, which needs to get rewritten anyways, but I don't know if I want to do that now. But see, the thing that I love about the latest C++ 13 is you now get this expected and unexpected, including a results error system, which is closer to like Rust or even C++, or sorry, even Go. So you can essentially just do this. Auto result equals parse number, and you can basically validate if it succeeds, because it avoids hidden control flow of exceptions, no need for sentinel return toads, explicit success failure handling, and it's composable. So I need to do a little bit more research though. You can do error wrapping, and you can assert from the base error. This is so nice. Like, this will super simplify a lot of my management. Yeah, Matthias, I'm not too worried. Like, one of my plans, obviously I'll try to maintain, existing legacy support for as long as, until I need to touch it, but I will probably totally revamp the whole command system and dumb it down, make it interactive, simpler, add aliases, you know what I mean? Make it better. But, is there a version of C++ 13 or GCC 13 that also supports Lua bind? Which is easier to convert from Lua bind, Sol2 or OOLua? Yeah. Doing research. So if I use something like BGFX or Diligent, I could potentially upgrade to Vulkan. I still have it up. I'm just doing search while we're doing this. Give item ICCR 1P S item. I can't tell if that was an error. I'm getting an unknown command. Give item ICCR 1P dot site M. There it is. Okay. Yeah. So this isn't at least telling me the unknown command anymore. I think the A is you're saying, but it didn't give me an item. You think I need to do like 1-1? It is 2005 indie French standards. just having fun, having a conversation with ChatGPT on my architecture, if it's worth. I wonder if targeting myself helps. I don't remember what the hotkey is though. Self is F10, you know, because that makes sense. Yeah, so nothing. I honestly don't care if this doesn't work on like Windows 7 or older. Like if you're really running that old, I don't think it's worth me maintaining support. I mean, when did Windows 7 lose support? What year? Yeah, it's been 5 to 6 years since they've lost security support. And even if you had the extended support, you'd only go up to 2023. So 2004. When did 2004 come out? 2020? It's 5 or 6 years. That's not too bad. So I think right now I'm running 22. I could downgrade it to 20, but then put in GCC 13. Don't statically link glibc. Yeah, Windows 2. Why are you opening this? Can you just... Okay, I guess we're going to get in a weird pop-up. Can I copy the page? Yeah. I don't know why I was doing that, but that's stupid. I feel like I'm being watched. I do like that they use the short name item system, by the way. I just don't like how wordy XML is. It just gets really spammy quick, and it doesn't parse very well. I'd probably move it to like a key value pairing system down the line. Interesting, this is still being maintained, like as early as 4 months ago. This doesn't give you the commands, but does tell you the sheet IDs. Again, I'm not too worried, but that's pretty bad when even the documentation on how to use stuff is spotty. I know this is masochistic, but I am arguing for GCC 13 and VS 2022. And anything that isn't supported, I'm going to potentially just strip out or upgrade. I'll see if I can get snowballs to compile with it and then move that as a standard across the board. And then when I write new code, I can use expected. And that's going to create a design pattern that is so much more cohesive. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of investment time, but over time, my code will slowly grow better and better as things get rewritten and revamped. Because I mean, a lot of these projects, like admin service, is tiny. Like, why is that even a service? In backup service, I mean, sure, there's 500 lines and another couple hundred and another grand and another 500 and another 500. But all of this could be shifted away onto its own file base. Okay. So A implies the command is being ran on you. B is on someone else, and C is if you want to do it to someone you don't have. According to this, I should have create item on bag, like you just said. And arguably this should work with okay, so we're actually getting an error about the sheet ID now. So sheet IDs. I had open. Thought I had it in server, but maybe it was here. Oh, it's here. Sheet ID of refugee boots beige S item not found. Okay. So you were saying that the sheet IDs are also noted here. Let's see if I can get this anklet for Zerai. Sheet ID is not found. So the sheet IDs. I mean, these look good. I wonder if it's .item. Nope. I'm a little sad you can't compare items. What if I pin it? Okay, that spawns a new one. That's actually not bad. So you can pin an item and be like, oh, I want to get this one day. And then as you're looking at other ones, non-pinned ones come up. So what if I info on a pinned item? Oh, I get another window. That's not bad. And you can actually spawn an infinite number of windows by just pinning. That's better, in my opinion, than EverQuest. This item parts is kind of interesting. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of potential. There are a lot of interesting things with this game. But, anyways, I might move to 13. GCC 13. And start working on getting Snowball to compile in the new environment. Because right now, building works great. I don't know what changes I have local right now. I added the header change and I added the sequence system. And then I was adding shard ID. I could keep working on that actually. So I'm removing by ID. I don't like the naming convention, by the way, the all. I don't even want these other maps. Personally, I just want a vector that has everything. All. This is shard. I want to remove the binds. In fact, all of this should be removed. No helpers. Get that shit out of here. Because it's just more fluff that I don't need. Yeah, see how much easier that code looks? Granted, shard pointer has a pointer to WS address. But WS address, not a stored value type. That would imply that login shard has a new entry called WS address and it wasn't defined before. I don't know what this is. What is WS address? String. That should repair this, especially when it's capitalized. Right? WS, I don't want S capitalized. I guess it works. Okay. What's the next error? Fly ID was not defined. Well, we took it out. These are like old errors. Could be a lot more. How much easier this code is, at least to read. Why is all not? Oh, it's because it's the old. So what's client application? Is that also in here? Nope. I'm assuming it's also a string. Yeah, it looks like it. There. Now, this isn't going to fix login just yet, but it did fix the shard error. Because before, when login started, I did this shard account found, not found. And it's like right at the beginning. There. I think I have to convert it to a string. It doesn't have a string detection. Let's see. Perfect. That's cool. Now, one issue though is that shard create, when it calls the database, is we need to validate if s shard ID is 0, then s shard ID going to equal an auto incrementing shard storage, which is next ID. We're going to rename this actually to next shard ID. I don't like the little underscore. I'm trying to debate if I want to totally take that out or not. This is recent. Anyways, yeah. Sorry, I'm going down the rabbit's hole of functions and naming conventions and C++. But for the time being, we've simplified this. We have a primary storage with just all the IDs in there, and we have a next ID now. So we just got to fix this so that this is going to be equal to next ID. And then we're going to increment next ID. And technically, Next ID can't be 0. Yeah, this is a pointer reference, so I have to do that, I think. And was there anything else I need to do? Obviously, there's some other errors. It maybe is dot, and it's just being dumb. I'm going to have issues with pointers and remembering which one's which. It doesn't like this. Shard is a read-only object. Why is it read-only? Also, it should be capitalized. And technically, it should also be capital ID. The only time you're not supposed to have ID uncapitalized is that's an int32t. So is this. Okay. Yeah. My idiomatic C++, not great. So I'm still learning here. Does this work? Why is it still erroring? It is, oh no, that fixed that error. We still have another error though, which is 18. Oh, it's a naming convention problem. I renamed the property and I didn't do a full proper rename. Shard ID was declared. Oh, I went overzealous. I don't know why the formatter takes so long sometimes. Cool. So interestingly, new shard not found. Technically, we now have this as well. NL-info. Yeah, every time I save, look how long the formatter is in the bottom right. Like, holy fuck. Maybe I'm spoiled in Go, but that should be instant. Like save, done, move on. I don't know why everything is like, please wait 10 seconds. Anyways. All right. So shard was created with ID of 0. But then when you go to fetch it with that ID, shard by shard ID, it does an iterator. It tries to find the shard ID based on what was passed, which would be 0, but it's not found. We're returning a null pointer. So this I might strip out his standard and put in my own, to be honest. Because I know Kate Timey are you married to how do I link that the easiest? Probably Ryzom Core. I don't think he mad at mines. I did a ceiling formatter style in here. Okay, so if we go to shard memory, it's applying it, but this should do a massive format on save. Probably because I don't have complete on save proper. Okay, so if I save this, I can't tell. This one, the format I currently have would make new lines on All right. We have a little bit of an issue though with the shard not being found after. We can run a debugger and actually look into that a little bit. We were just trying to see if we can get the formatter to work. You can see though it's not applying it properly. So I might be missing. That applies it. I have a feeling this is being ignored. I think I fixed it. Okay, so shard by shard ID. Let's do an debugger. See if we can isolate why this is happening. All right, so we're doing a shard create, and we're going to step into it, and also step into it. What? Ooh, this is not correct. The code is off kilter. Anyways, this part is what we really care about. So we brought in a shard ID of 0. Currently, the database only has one element, but the shard ID is assigned to 1. Why is it assigned to 1? I thought we started at 0. Next ID is equal to shard ID, and then afterwards I increment by 1. Shouldn't that retain? The old? Okay. No, shard ID is being bound. No, it starts at 2. Why is next ID getting incremented? Oh. You can start at 0. I don't know why you did. Did I change that at one point maybe? I don't know. That explains it. Debugger not needed. Okay, perfect. Shard account created with ID of 0. Shard account found, test. Okay, so now we're trying to do a database connection, and obviously they're failing because the MySQL helper is attempting, and all of this code eventually is just going to be stripped out. There's a couple ways we can do this. I think the easiest is we start by finding every SQL pattern and simply replacing these to be supported with my new style. So login service header has all of our function names. And if we essentially go through, so each of these come back with rows, which ultimately have a reason. And then they take the ID and from string row, convert it into UID. Val. It's sending a pointer to val, so it's assigning UID to whatever the row is. And this is like a to I wrapper. Okay. So what we just do though is we say, oh, this is a static function. Crap. So it has no instance info. This is global. Shit. Okay. The reason I say shit is because this being a global function, but it's bound as a client callback. But it won't have access to anything I define in my class. I'm over here just debating how much I want to revamp this, you know? Because login has a request. It ultimately stores C frontend and C shard, and both of these have some helper functions. Then they have these invocation maps, which happen whenever a event occurs. And then it has some dynamic variables and basically this. It's honestly a pretty simple code base. A lot of this is actually commented out too. So essentially, SQL init is attempting to create this iService, which has a get instance, which is a static inline call that ultimately gets the database going. Once that database is going, we're going to just comment this out for now. What is WS? WS is likely the welcome service. And this is login, I'm assuming communicating with the welcome service. Or is this how it subscribes as a server entry? That's the question. We can figure that out. If we go to like chat, this likely needs a subscription, which it uses a callback array, and service main uses the callback array for chat service. And this subscribes to CB chat. So anytime a chat event happens, it uses this. Chat is so dumb simple. Here, we can go ahead and rename it from chat service to chat. So build bin, there's going to be a chat service. We can go ahead and delete it. When this finishes compiling, I did a config change. It'll take a while. That'll remove chat will now mirror what it says here. This never says chat service inside of it, except for this little header file. That might make a difference. I think it does though. And then we can restart chat. Sorry, I'm going all over the place. So we can create, at least for the interim, a static reference to login service that is ultimately usable by all of these. I just don't like that. I don't have to, because that means namespace is going to be weird. See if it can figure this out with its indexing. No, it kind of did, but really I just need that. We're going to have to do the import now. I guess arguably this doesn't need to be in the header file, but we're going to assume it does. And so here, in creating global variable instances, what's a naming convention in C++? Or e.g. login service. I think there's like a G, underscore G or some stuff. Yeah. Just most common is just use it as a global instance. Okay, so modern C++ doesn't do that anymore. It's fine. Snake case is also apparently fine. I think this will still work. Does it need to be snake case? Can I just use camel? For types? Sure. I don't really care either way. Okay, why are you erroring though? It's because this needs to be a pointer. Okay. So with this, I think login service will now be accessible by all endpoints. Yep. Okay. So now we have a single instance. It's not very safe to do that, but this is a hack. And I think, I guess we could review that real fast. So like shard memory and user memory is going to be accessed potentially by different threads. What's a mechanism I can use to ensure no race conditions? Yeah, I like mutex. I'm a mutex fan. And because these are DB instances, would it make sense to add a mutex to the login service class instead? It is the business logic guard in front of the database stuff. Or is it better to implement the lock inside the DB? Considering some implementations built-in locks. A lot of questioning for it. Let's see how it derives from that. Yeah. %. I agree. It's fun to ask questions like that though, because I can pull from at least the AI knowledge base. All right, so to implement the locking mechanism, we just need to add a mutex as a private element inside of each of these. Yeah, we don't need comments. This is obvious. And then for the locker, does C++23 have a variant of Golang's defer so I can safely unlock? Or is the going to auto unlock when the function is returned? Automatically unlocked when the lock goes out of scope. Perfect. I like it. That's nice. That is built in. Standard is not supported though. What version of it should be in yeah, so it should be supported. Why isn't it not? Oh, there helps to include mutex. Was it BGX? Okay. So we now have mutex support, and next question is there a rlock variant for lockguard? e.g. when reading memory shared versus writing. So you can use shared mutex as a member variable. I only have standard mutex. Yes, I'm aware it needs it on all the methods. I was more asking, are those patterns fine? Why does it say my current style? I think it just means I need to add this to everything. Yeah. I knew that. I was planning to, I just hadn't yet. Cloner doesn't need it. Shard by shard ID. This will need it. That has it. That's good. And so is this. If he's happy with it. Okay. I'm happy. Does it build fine? Nope. We have a shared memory error. What's the error? That's a little weird. Saying mutex isn't declared. What? Shared memory has it declared here. Oh. C++ errors are weird. Okay. This should not change anything. But why is it not stopping anymore? Oh, that's right. I took out the database connection, which means it's going to panic the first time you try to auth. But that's fine. We're just testing. What we need to do now is attempt a connection and find out if we can make this work. So we have login service, and this has user by login as a method type, and we pass in the login guess to UTF-8. This is making it okay. All this existing code we can comment for now. And we'll re-add it with auth checks in a second here. So Um, ooh, where did this config file thing go? No, we want this to stay with iService. Okay. So now we're doing a user create. But for user create, we need to instantiate a new user. What the hell is application? An argument. Insert any users, login and password. User been into the database. Application is just echoed in the message. It's not something that's passed as an argument. User is a standard pointer. This is doing a user create. By the way, user create passes an instance of user at the end, which is the new variant. I think you could do this. I don't like the retry mechanism, because the user will be instantiated at this point. What we can even do is say, if this is not equal to 1, then fail. Where does reason get messaged out? Here. I don't want it to do, I want to do guarding. So now the logic is a little easier to read. There's no longer a retry. I don't know what breakable is doing. Breakable statement. I never see breakable. Does that just mean that you can break out of the statement? It's a macro. Ew. So it's a do while with a macro. So gross. But why not just use a condition card? Like, there's no reason not to. Yeah. Okay. So let's continue. I know my window is getting smaller and smaller with all the junk, but all right. So we're trying to log in. This all now can collapse. Another tab. And essentially the green field path from top to bottom is a success. If there's any sort of confusion or problem, it'll be like, okay, user by login. If there's no user found in the database, then check if we allow unknown users. If we don't, send a message about that and fail. And just return. Done. So that scenario is handled. Okay, so now we do accept new users. So let's go ahead and create it. If this fails for any reason, then we serialize the message and send that out. I don't need to do the check for reason empty. I can literally just do this. I don't like serial as well, but string mode is a string buffer, XML parsing, whatever. It's a validation thing. I'm fine for it for now. Okay. So now we have was created in for the application. Okay. So now we are able to create users. Perfect. Next, we have removed the need for all of this logic. Too much login. If NB row is -1, what is NB row? Oh, this means like there's multiple entries for the user. But user by login would handle that. I'm just going to ignore that for now. Because user by login only returns one object anyways. There's more than one, it's just ignored. Okay, so the user's in the database. It's attempting to assign a variable called UID. We don't have a UID object, do we? Yeah, we do. Okay. We do need to fix login service, specifically user memory, to have user create, which this also needs to take out all these gross binding commands. Next ID is fine. We'll do another all. And this time it'll be just user. We don't need these helper methods. The pointer cloning's fine. And then we just have the functions. Okay. So now use all instead. This has a, wait, why are you cookies to ID? There is no, cookies are not stored. What did the old code do here? We get a client cookie, update user, set authorized. Yeah, we set the cookie value here. Cookie is just a value type. And if we go to user, there is no cookie value. So we didn't populate the database properly with table fields. So we can fix that. Client cookie is set as a string. So we're just going to call it, yeah. And we're going to take out all the comments and strip out this. Okay. So we already have a cookie fetched, but we're going to be doing an update with the new cookie. So password. Oh yeah, we got to do a password check. If C password is not equal to user password, then you gonna fill this for me? It's not that hard. I got the pattern up top. All right, you're taking too long. That's all you need. See that? That's the pattern. Perfect. All right, so now we could actually put this after that because we've done validation. Next, if the user's not on, if the user is status of not online, do we have a user state? We do. User state, though, is a Boolean. All right. No, it's just state. User state. Yeah. No. If the user is not set to offline, then this is logic to kill them every. Okay. Slowly going through, rewriting the logic, condition guards, cleaner, simple. And I'm abstracting out all the database calls. So then I can put those database calls into my repository pattern and not have to worry about coupling SQL. And then I can implement a header-based MySQL system later when I want persistent users. The only thing I may want to double check on before I get too much deeper into this is looking up the unifier service, because supposedly this has a login system on it. And it does. And it's a lot more convoluted. My question, though, is does it use SQL? And if it does, how does that SQL code look? It has a lot of SQL. But here's the key things. So login service has a selector using C strings that select UID from user where GMID equals X. GMID is user ID. GMID on login. Don't know where GMID even comes from. That might become an issue down the road. Guess another question is, do any of these other services on Snowball call a database? Go to the bottom. Server share has the word SQL. This is the shared folder. Okay, so we don't care about shared and we don't care about... Okay, so the only thing that's touching a database on Snowball is login. Where this guy, I think more things touch it. Is there an option to collapse all? Yes, thank you. All right, so like player manager... Query is not a great. Is there like a MySQL pattern? Yeah, so like monitor service, browser, of course, shared unifier does. That's the login auth stuff, or character sync specifically. Chatting touches MySQL for the ring DB. So does obviously login. Name manager. It's another service in the unifier. And tick and welcome have MySQL includes, but I don't think they're actually used. Okay. So in other words, MySQL doesn't have a widespread dependency chain. Really not that deep. Okay. So with this in mind, once we can log in, we can really start spinning this up. So now we have a login. We've got the user state. We now need to update it with the cookies, which this is literally just going to be like a login service, user update, and then we pass the user object, and we have to do a pointer dereference, I believe. And then we say user, and we add a cookie based on C set to string. And that's it. Now this doesn't have error handling currently, it just has a bool. But we can do something like this. We also need to set its state to authorized. Is state a string? Wait. Didn't quite see that. User state, online or offline. What are all the states? It didn't ever tell me that. Offline. Authorized. We're just going to call it authorized. Or online, sorry. That's easier than a string. I don't like hard-coded field checks like this, or hard-coded value checks like this. I prefer enums. Okay, so we now have authorized check. Next is we gotta get the shard. Shard by client application. And then we send the client app potentially like that. And now we check the shard is empty. Then at this point we have a success. What is NV row? NV row was part of the original code. And I don't remember. NV row was serialized. Is this like the index? NB row is the first column row. So this is like the UID. This is why I don't like this hard-coded stuff. Things aren't very intuitive sometimes. Send address and name of all online shards. Oh, this is supposed to be a plural vector. The way I did shards, it looked singular. Okay. What does shard have as its naming convention? I guess there's supposed to be a name field. But that's not even listed here. We go back to the source. It's a wildcard search. So the shard name is the third row. Number of players is second. And the shard ID is first. But this all is unapplicable anymore. So, yeah, we have this code, so we don't need to keep that on there. So we do have shard ID though. Is this an arrow? Yeah. Player count. Ooh. I don't know if player count is updated or not. Is that one of our methods? It is not. Where does player count normally get stored? It's probably named something else. For the interim, I guess we can just use player count. But we're going to have to update this because every time we connect a new character, maybe it's on shard update and I just haven't gotten to that point yet. So let's just add it as a field. And then name. Number of players is a uint 8. We're going to make it an int 32t. Hopefully that doesn't hurt anything. And ultimately this does a fetch with the result. It's iterating all this, and then it sends a message out. With all this data. Why am I doing all this? Why can't I just put this here? I guess shard name from UTF-8 needs to happen. There should be a constructor to do that too. And this is causing memory every single time you're doing a string conversion. Not very optimal, but whatever. Okay, so then we now can do a net-based send, and we don't have to handle errors anymore because we've Fix that. Okay, so there you go. There was our first revamp. This now sint uint 32. I think it's gonna be fine. Some of these conversions and stuff are gonna have to adjust later. I don't like multi-line stuff. I prefer it like that. So we now have verify login and password done. So next is going to be choose shard. Honestly, now that we have the the boilerplate, this is going to get easier. We don't need that comment. Okay, so reason, no. Does this just get the user? Why are you saying? Okay. Every shard no. It's basically saying you're offline. So basically this. Login service user by holy crap. Okay, so what it's doing is it's querying for user ID and all this junk. It's doing a global search, so it's grabbing every single user, right? And it's iterating that list. And it takes LC based on the cookie. So the cookie is just the user address. Gosh. So is that right? No. User address is some sort of randomized variance of the sock with the UID included. Makes a string. And then, oh, so it sets it from that. And then it gets the user address from the cookie. Ah, got it. Okay. So user, we don't have the user ID, so we have to get all users. Okay. So now, we iterate all the users, which by the way, auto users, user for every user. Now we technically have a state, so we need a users that are online query. I don't know if we have that already. Users by login. Users by state. Yeah, we have one. Good. That's just so we don't have to do as many iteration checks. Okay. Why are you failing? Well, because that needs to be empty. Okay, so we got an array of users. If there's no users found that are online, it just fails. Okay, so now we're iterating every user. Okay. if I don't think we should be returning an error about a user failing because it has an empty cookie. In fact, if the cookie's empty, just continue. Because we're just trying to find greenfield. And this is considered non-greenfield. Okay. So now we get the cookie. We set it based on the user cookie. If the address doesn't match, then we continue. If the status is not on, well, the state will be online. It has to be. Why is this? Okay. At this point, we are successful. I don't think this rest of this code. You're not allowed. Select a shard. This is okay. Okay is if the okay, if the user's found, we're gotten all the way to here. Now we're going to search for a shard. Let's split this, by the way. Okay. Shard ID is going to be the shard ID serialized that the message in. Let's take shard ID and put it on the top, by the way. Because this is technically part of the request. Later, I might turn these into structs, but that's for later. Okay. So, really, once we get a success, we don't fail, we break. And this is a continue. Let's do a bool is found. This is a pattern I like. And then you can send a message. Come on, Copilot. Send me a fail message that the user was not found. There we go. Okay. So now we're going to get a shard. You going to figure this out? Shard by shard ID. If there is no shard, then you get a not available failure. That's good. If the shard is not online, you fail. Is there a state for shards? I don't think there is. I think it's just foreign logic that doesn't need to happen. So, okay. So we find the shard. Why is it doing a find shard method? Code makes me hurt. Okay. We have the shard. Next, T service ID at SID equals shard ID, essentially. Why are you not liking this? T service ID has its own value. How do you convert to T service ID? We'll figure this out. Anyways, okay. So now we need to update the user that it's connected. So basically, if login service, user update, user, and what we're setting is that user state is now waiting. It's a new state that we don't have. Okay. Anything else get updated? And also shard ID is set. And this is essentially the shard ID. I don't know why it's into a string. Does user have a shard ID? It does. We're going to uppercase it though. And it's an int32. And honestly, we could just use shard ID. They're both int32Ts. A little cleaner. Why are you failing? User is undefined. Wasn't user defined up here? Oh. So what we need is a kind of a pointer reference like that, and then we don't have to use is found once we find the user. Oh, this is a shared pointer. There. Okay, and this will probably be a pointer dereference. And these probably need to be arrows. There we go. So user gets updated. Sets the state to waiting. And also the shard ID. And the UID will get updated because user update, I should double check that, but it should have, oh, this code needs to be fixed. There's a lot of things still using. There's not multiple users by a cookie. I think a cookie is going to be unique per session. Can I return null? No. Oh, it's because this is still a shared pointer vector. But I'm pretty sure if I make it a shared pointer, that can be a null pointer. And that'll allow me to do that. Okay. This needs to just be if cookie, wait. I don't need to do that validation. That'd be in the business logic. Okay, so we have all. And the user cookie, if it's empty, continue. If you cookie equals I don't know why you're changing patterns, but it's just that. That's all we want. Keep it simple. No complications there. But users by cookie needs to be turned to this. Right. User by cookie, which also needs to be updated by the storage. Just like that. Then SQL's going to need this as well. So I don't even think this has. It does. the header file. Yes, it does. Is it the arrow? Yeah. I think that works. Okay. Now that we did that, we are getting a user update. If this fails for any reason, we need to return out with a failure. That's fine. Okay. Select login from user where UID equals this. Why do I need to select login? It's already selected from a previous query. Okay. So UC string name. I'm assuming this is actually login name. And login name is from UTF-8 of user login. Then set the cookie and cookie is, I don't know why we're setting all this, but we have to. So whatever, user cookie. And then that's it. Manage errors. So this is if there's any failures, which we don't have to manage anymore. We just finished all that. Minus, we need to figure out a constructor. I don't know if it static casts. I don't know how this field works. Static cast has been used. No, it's the same one twice. Find shard with SID. SID is, this is T service ID. I need to look into this. Man, it's like a gross, but it does have a constructor where you can explicitly do it from a uint16. Okay. So where does this SID get used? Does it even get used? Like if I take this out, only part that's getting, oh, it's right here. Okay. But what I can do is I can say, we're going to send this with the parameter of the, whatever that is. Hold up. T service ID, shard ID. And that'll cast it. Next, we're missing name. All right. The next message out, we need to serialize the name field. What was this before? The name used to be UC string from the name of the shard. The name is shard. Priv, where is priv from? Priv was originally from privilege, an extended privilege field in the user. Okay. I should see if UTF, does UC string support constructors? It does, but does it do it from a standard string? It does. Okay, that's much easier. I don't have to do this. Do I need to do it from a UTF-8? I don't think I do. I think that's just a weird pattern. So what I can do... By the way, where is login name even being used? Never gets sent. So UC string convert the shard name, and then UC string convert the user priv, and then UC string convert extended, whatever it is. Then we can take these out, no longer needed. Message out is also unknown. Where did message out get declared? It was declared above it. I took it out somehow. No, it's right there. Why is serial failing on message out? Might be a deeper error that's just lingering. Yeah, I think we're just... Can users extended privilege? I don't have it. Okay, so why are you failing? No instance of overloaded method matches the argument list. What did I mess up with my serializer? Because we have a C message of message out. We're trying to serialize it as... Oh wait, that's my new one. Where's the old one? Oh, it's using a different style. The name... This looks like it could work. Why is LC, which is the login cookie, then the name, it's informing me that I have 4, but it doesn't like that. Why not? What's wrong with that? I mean, that's the same as this one, right? Name, priv, and exp priv. They're arguments being passed to a message out, which is defined by C message right above. Message out is doing a serial call. An iStream. iStream supports like anything. It's just a... So this error, I think, is not accurate. Unless it doesn't like me passing... I don't know. Everything else seems to be going okay. Let's do a build and see how bad it is on the compiler errors. Probably have some lingering shit all over. Redeclaration. Ooh. You're right. How did this do that? It disconnect everyone working here. Oh, it had it in a sub element is why. Can I just reuse it? Okay. So it still doesn't like my serial. What else? Let's just comment that out for a moment and see if we can figure out what else is failing. So UserDB has no member of users by cookie. Correct, because it is now user by cookie and it is not pluralized. UserDB. Okay, now we just have some cleanup functions where I have some lingering code still. Oh, wait, wrong. Change to all. I don't like that. That's just the old stuff. Easy peasy. Obviously, these ones on the bottom are still going to be failing, but we're just cleaning it up slowly. I don't need it to enforce unique. This logic honestly should be handled by login service. This code can just that's okay. But no unique login required. I wish it did guarding more, but other than that, it's fine. I said change to no, don't do this config update fail. Simplify this. Just iterate all, looking for the UID. Once found, update the value and return true or false if not found. Simple as that. You don't need to do all this weird shit. Yeah, that's it. And all this can go away. Much easier. Dumber, simple, clean it, happy. And we are compiling, minus that one line that I don't know why this isn't working anymore. Let's see. I like the fix me 64-bit get address. Is this why? I guess so. Cool. So we're done. So now, theoretically, the code should allow you to log in. Possibly. I don't know. How's the game doing? Still running. How's the manager on it? Memory usage. Ryzom is at a cool 800 megs. Honestly, I'm pretty impressed with how well Ryzom does at just being idle. Like, there's a lot of problems with the code base, but stability is not one of them. You know, it doesn't have a lot of like weird crashes or memory leaks and stuff, which is nice. We're gonna go ahead and exit the game though. I'll probably just continue down the road and totally strip out all the SQL stuff. We're already halfway done of this file, and this is probably one of the biggest files I think for SQL. Let's double check that actually. So client has some calls as well. There's even some inside of login. So there's a lot, but the MySQL helper is going to be totally removed once I'm done. So moving along. I just exited it, Pastor. But basically, it's Ryzom. I guess, rewriting Ryzom. Not really rewriting, but cleaning it up, removing dependencies, doing revamps, fixing login. A lot of this effort I'm doing, by the way, with like auth and login, because this is username and password, this foundational work is going to make it so I can enable OAuth later, which would be amazing. Yeah, it's called Ryzom. Here's another version of it. You can buy, or you can play it for free in Steam. There's a version of it that the Wingate folks maintain. I really hate that it doesn't focus when you start it. You can make beautiful characters. They definitely need to fix the camera controls. Also, her underwear is like clipping weird on her legs. Oh, it's a game. Are these like wood elves? So this game became open source at one point, essentially. Okay, that just hurts me. I'm not going to mess with that. Let's give her a cut. That's okay. Sure. I don't care about background. There you go. Intentionally didn't take yours, but the real game kind of sucks because watch, right when I get in, it's going to start putting these huge pop-up screens on my face. Okay, there's that. Okay, next. Pop-up. Next. Pop-up. Next. Massive pop-up. Close. Wish to not follow this tutorial. I wish to not follow the tutorial. Highly recommended to finish the tutorial, especially since it was built with love. Oh. I didn't know you could skip it. That's good. Anyways, the tutorial is massively intense and stupid. You also have this like right-click interface, which I don't like. A lot of problems with the game, but that's fine. It all is open source, so you can break everything eventually. That's my thought on it. All right, so we're going to equip and summon one of these things. Did it work? Or did it just hurt me? Oh, there it is. All right. So it's going to spin up a dude. All right, he's ready for me. There we go. Do some magic. Pew, 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 and do some combat. And there's the game for you. Super intense combat. Ding. Level 2. Anyways, you have weird level systems like this. You can also like right click your spells and mod them. And by modding them, you can make them cost more mana, but then that gives you other ability features. Strafing sucks. Look how slow you move, and so is going backwards. I think it's close enough, right? Like this feels like some sort of RPG, right? So, and this client is a hell of a lot farther ahead than most other clients that we've ever had conjured up for EverQuest. So I think it's easier to turn this into a D&D/EQ like MMO than it is to write something from scratch and have to make all the decisions. So that's kind of why I went this route. Like, this is a fully working game. And because it's all open source, everything can be changed. easier to mod than it is to make from scratch. Is my thoughts. So, and there is a community that actually really likes the game, so that's awesome. But I will probably be doing a lot of liberties to it. So you run to the target, get in perfect distance to melee, but you have no pathing, so... Interesting though, he will get up, and if he's running away, he doesn't continue. There it goes. But it auto-churns you, which is nice. You don't ever have to worry about facing it. You know, there's definite, I guess, perks. I don't like the right-click system. I also don't really like the overhead targeting. I would argue, like, I don't mind the combat messages. Those are kind of cool. I do prefer this. I wish that was more default. But yeah, my stuff's like leveling so fast. Uh-oh. Are they attacking me? They're just looking at me. Yeah, no, pretty much the moment that whole thing went down, I privated a lot of my repos and I just walked away from EQ. And in a way, this is scratching my itch, but this is arguably better than anything that EQ was doing. Because everything I'm writing on this is like, I'm going to have full control of the client when I'm done. Which, that's something we've never had. And it's 100% like open source or owned by me, I guess you could say. So, yeah, I'm totally sidestepping the copyright stuff and DMCA and all that. So, yep. I mean, it's a fully working game. That's a lot to work with. There's no jumping. There's no physics. There's some things that are, in my opinion, subpar to EQ, but there's actually a lot of things that is superior. Like in the bones of the infrastructure and stuff, I like it. I think it's better than the EQ infrastructure. So it's a good opportunity. And that's why I'm spending the time each evening of just, you know, I'm coding up and doing a lot of refactors on Codebase, trying to modernize it, improve it, clean it, and ultimately, my bottom line right now is, can I dumb down the dev environment so anyone can spin it up with like minimum effort? I don't think that'll be very hard. I mean, it's going to take me a while, but it won't be hard to, you know, it's an achievable end result, I guess is how I should say it. Once I have that done, other people are very likely to hop in and at least mess around and, you know, cost analysis if they want to put the effort in or not. But, yeah, strip out the skill-based leveling, convert it into a base level system, but then take all those skill-based levelings and turn them into skills like we're familiar with. Do some sort of hybrid between, like, I don't like to say, I say WoW lightly. When I say WoW, I usually think of it as like fluid animation, really clean graphics and kind of feel. The UIX in WoW is like standards. EQ is very clunky and feels old. I do like command first based systems though. However, you wrap the command based foundation with a UI that just feels intuitive and simple. Less is more is kind of my thoughts, you know? So I'll be gutting the client at some point. Having fun with that. For the interim, I am interfacing the login service, and they used to hard code database queries and stuff in here. So like update set user, and then just hard coding the values in here. And I am I don't know if it's dead. I think it's going to salvage no matter what. But it just left a bad taste in my mouth. I'm not interested. Like the effort I was doing during my time in the Ikimi community was never about like profit or, you know, anything nefarious. It was just fun, right? It was just hobby. I took something I was passionate about and I just pushed it, you know, to its limits. But learning both sides just made me go, okay, I'll move on. I'd rather, you know, contribute to a full AGPL MMO and push it to a new standard, because I'll be more productive, to be honest, with this. Because I have access to everything. Like I'm literally rewriting the login server right now for the actual MMO. And that includes the client. So once I get to the point, you know, everything's ironed out and I got some of the, you know, cleanup work done, there's nothing stopping me from like rewriting the UI system, you know, rewriting the physics system. It's just time and patience. And that's not a big deal to me. I'm learning that there's messages that have like category keys, which is interesting. I need to find all of these. Like you can see here, VLP is sent kind of as like a header. Oh, shared source net has login client in it. Where is this referenced? It's not a header file. Is this actually the client? Yeah, I think this is how the client is connecting. Yeah, so clogin client uses authenticate begin. And that actually is a nel. Interesting. So Snowballs is like a demo that they made. It's like a, you know, hello world. And the auth chain that I'm actually working on right now and the login server, if I can get Snowball to connect, any changes I do, I can cascade it into the client later. So that's pretty cool. They both share the same net logic. So, which is right here. Anyways, I'm excited. This is going to be fun, I think. It is already fun, and honestly, I'm having fun just revamping things, cleaning it up, you know, organizing it. The repo was massive when I first got it. The quick start is like everything. So client, all the tooling, all the graphics, all the server code, everything, source code. And you can just see from the batch files, it's huge. And what I'm doing as a first step is organizing it into subrepos that just make more sense. So like shared is shared information between different programs. Snowball is a quick demo project. It only has code for Snowball. Client, server, etc., etc. But now it just feels like any server is rushing towards a cliff of success where the company is going to get involved and force a shitty agreement like happened to Quarm that killed half the content. Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is I'm just walking away from the whole drama. That's how I see it. It's just not worth my time. I'm on board with something new, it just loses the nostalgia factor. Yeah, I think Here's how I see it. Yes, but it's the same problem. Like, go play EverQuest on live, the latest live. You can kind of capture some of the classic, but they keep changing so much. Like even advanced loot, which, you know, love it or hate it, has a huge impact in the gameplay experience. You know, how mud-flated the stats are means that once you hit the end game on the latest ones, horrible. TLP experience, not bad, but also inflated with Daybreak, Starbucks, or whatever the Daybreak Bucks crap is, you know, the virtual currency. So you have people with like epic looking weapons and mounts and stuff at level 1, or paying ludicrous prices for bags. So they just sidestep that inconvenience when they're in classic. You see what I mean? Like that ruins the experience. And in that same respect, this may remove the nostalgia, but there's so many ways that you can experience the nostalgia, right? We don't need another EverQuest. We need another something that everybody can just contribute all their creative juices and not feel like it's going to be shut down next week, right? That's what I want. And so I'm going to see if I can turn Ryzom into something where foundationally it's some generic, you know, D&D, RPG, MMO mechanic. And then if I can create a decent enough core, a lot of players and a lot of communities, not just EverQuest, all the communities could potentially come in and start contributing little pieces here and there and realize, first, having a, you know, a core fork that you can base on, but also you can fork it yourself and then start adding in your own, you know, twist or interesting curves. And as long as you keep part of the HEPL license, you're all good. And I mean, if you do want to privatize anything, you just take components of it that are clean room conjured that can communicate with the rest. And then that becomes your secret sauce. You know, if you absolutely need that for like IP protection or whatever. But yeah, honestly, just don't publish your content, like your, you know, your zones and your everything that you're, you know, making asset wise. And even if all the source code of the server's exposed, you're, you know, it's going to be hard to replicate your server or your idea, you know, if you don't have access to all the content. So anyway, sorry, I'm tangenting on that. I think it's about time I should end my stream. It's been fun. I got a good pace with login. I was walking through the game with Ashram, just talking about, you know, improvements and ways to tweak it. Ultimately, my goal is literally just finish getting login working. I already have Snowball. The client compiles. The server is up. In fact, it's sitting over here. You can see it in these little guys. Can I run btop and see the instances? I don't think they'll come up. You can see all the extensions. Some of my node instances are getting a little big. Probably why the extensions are not auto-completing very well. Yeah, but the collision service actually is outside of the dev container. You can see it running right here. Can I filter? I forget. I don't use this enough. Yeah, service. Look how small these processes are. Jeez. Like 6 megs. Collision is the biggest at 31. A couple megs for the make file, which is kind of interesting. Not that it matters, but. And then login, which is what I'm working on, is only 8 megs right now. Oh. That isn't bad. The framework this is using, but Yeah, I wouldn't consider what I'm working on to be like EverQuest 2.0 or anything like that, or EverQuest 3.0 or whatever the heck you want to call it. This is literally going to just be, if you take a step back and think about it, EverQuest is just a bunch of iconic IP and systems tied together that is a fork of D&D. Some of the MMO components are based on Deku Mud, but ultimately it's a D&D clone, just like Forgotten Realms, just like Baldur's Gate. They're just different worlds, with different IP protections and spin-offs and things. And, I feel like Ryzom is a great foundation to write your own story with. Because really that's what THJ is attempting to do, is write their own story, but use the EverQuest baseline to revamp it. And because of that baseline, that's where there's conflict. If they would have had that derived on the stuff I'm working on right now, they could totally have sidestepped all that. So, yeah. That's the hope, the plan, the dream. Anywho, I am going to end it. So thanks for passing by, Pastor. Hope you enjoyed chatting for a bit. And I'm streaming almost daily now, which is weird. I mean, I'm not getting a huge audience or anything like that, but I'm not really after audience. I'm after production. Yeah, I've been up streaming for 4 hours. Wow. So, cool. Well, everyone have a good one and talk to you later.